Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Okay, it's 1 minute to 9, so we're going to be trying to start in about 60 seconds. Everyone wants to grab a seat. Wenn der Lichttechniker hier mithören kann, also die Beleuchtung ist sehr stark, wenn man das ein bisschen runterdrehen könnte. Nur wenn es geht, ansonsten ist es okay. Move in. I think there's plenty of seats. Okay, we're going to start in a few moments if you want to move into the room. Ah, perfect. Maybe yeah. The lights were turned down a little bit. I hope you can still see us. Is it okay? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Maybe a little bit less, Bisschen weniger, wenn das geht. Okay. What do you reckon? I think it might be as good as it gets. Well, thank you, everyone, for making the trek to Engelberg. I'm always incredibly flattered when I see how far people come to be here. People from the west coast of the US, the east coast, from Asia, from Australia, from Singapore, India. Andreas and I are very flattered to have you all here, and a particularly warm welcome to you. And especially also to my friends who've made the way from China this year. We've missed our Chinese friends the last 3 or 4 years with the lockups and everything, so it's great that you're all here, and a warm welcome to you as well. For me, it's an enormous pleasure to be back here again. A lot of you have asked me about my health. I'm happy to report that I'm 100% back to normal. Had the regular checkups, as you can imagine, everything in the clear. And happy to report as well that the fund had a much better year last year than the year before. A lot of the companies recovered, including Wix, which is one we're going to be speaking about a bit later. I know we're not quite back to where we were at the end of 21, so there's still plenty of work still to do, but it was great as well to have a much better year this year than the year before. So to my right, I have Nir. Nir, I will introduce you shortly. But before I do that, just a quick few program points before we start. So first of all, there's a few people I would just like to introduce before we start. Most importantly, Andreas, if you want to stand up quickly. Andreas is my partner. He'll be joining me on stage shortly, but there he is in case you don't know him. Then RV Capital has a supervisory board. That was an important development last year. We got our FINMA license, and part of that involved having a supervisory board. So we have Reinhard, if you're in the room. You'd like to stand up? There's Reinhard. Maybe a quick round of applause there. And then for the for this year, we're going to have as an innovation. Actually, you know what? I'm going to talk about that when I get to it. And then the CEO from one of our companies we're featuring this year is of course Nir, but we have two other CEOs from some of our investments at present, so I'd like to give them a quick shout out. We've got Daryl from Trupanion. And Norbert Pat, who I don't think is in the room now, but will be here this evening. He is the CEO of the cable car company here, which is a very tiny microcap company, but I think a wonderful company. So I would keep a lookout for him, and especially the microcap investors might enjoy speaking with him. So now quickly to the schedule. I was about to say fireside chat. I correct myself. A few of you pointed out last year, where is the fireside? So we've decided to rename it the Mountainside Chat, and I'm sure all of you agree there's no shortage of mountains here. So the Mountainside Chat will be with Nir. Then that will be between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. We'll then have a 30-minute break for coffee, and then we'll continue at 10:30 with our annual Q&A when I'll invite Andreas up to the stage with me. And you're, of course, welcome to ask me whatever questions you want about the fund, the companies, or anything else that's on your mind. That the purpose of the event is to inform, and you should feel free to ask whatever it is that's on your mind. I see there's a few people standing. We've got some chairs coming. Yeah, perfect. It's always a relief when there's a few people standing. You worry whether the room's going to be filled up. So that's that's a good sign. So then we finish at 12 o'clock for the formal session. You'll be relieved to hear. And then at 12 o'clock, I encourage everyone to get out and go up the mountain. The weather today is as good as it gets. It's sunshine. There's a blue sky, beautiful snow conditions. So everyone should get up there. And in the past, I've heard a few people say, but I'm not a skier. For you, we have your backs as well. There's two groups. There's one group which will go skiing, and there's another group which will go hiking around the Trupsee, which is a spectacular hike, which I could also recommend, also for the skiers who, if you don't want to ski. So there's two people coordinating that. Nate, unfortunately, who's our resident powder hound, couldn't be here this year, but I'm happy to announce that RV Capital has a new chief powder officer. And that is Rob Sheridan. Rob, if you're in the room, stand up and take a round of applause. So Rob has set up a WhatsApp group where you can connect with him. It's easy to get lost on the mountain, so there you can sort of reconnect. And you can either ask him directly, or the link is also on the Wix website, which I put together for the annual gathering group, so you'll find it there. There's also a group for the hikers, which will be led by Andreas, who you've already seen. And he also has a WhatsApp group, which you can find on the website as well. So that'll be the afternoon. And then everyone can then go back to their hotels, relax, shower, maybe take a sauna. And at 6 o'clock, we're going to come back to this room here and have the evening event. A few of you, I know, have partners with you. Totally fine to bring them along. No need to ask me, just bring them. That'll be today, and then tomorrow we have 3 panel sessions, also starting at 9 o'clock. The first panel will be an emerging manager panel with 3 recently started managers who will provide advice to young people on how to get started. Then the second panel is the one I personally am the most excited about. It's a panel about women in investing. It's a topic I'm passionate about. It's why events like these and many others tend to attract disproportionately more men than women, which then leads to the industry becoming dominated by men, and there's no reason for that to be the case, and so we're keen to encourage more women investors, and I'm actually, when I look around the room, also quite encouraged by how many women we have here. Maybe at some point we can do a count and communicate what the percentage is. Maybe Amelie, if you want to do that. Regarding the Women in Investing panel. Now, as you know, I have many qualities. I was hoping to see a little bit more nodding, but but one of them is not that I'm a woman, and we also don't have any women and employees in RV Capital, as there's just the two of us. But I do have a daughter, Amelie, and she's very kindly offered to do that panel for me. So big round of applause there. And then I regret to say for the final panel, you'll have to get back or make do with me again. And that'll be a panel made up of a group of capital allocators from a mixture of family offices and university endowments. So that'll be the final thing. The event finishes at 12. Many of you will leave there, but many of you as well will go up to the mountains again. Feel free to do whatever you want. Okay, so now we come to the Mountainside chat with Nir. Nir, I'm so happy you made it. It was a little bit touch and go coming from Israel. We weren't sure until the last minute whether you'd make it. I know there's more important things happening in Israel at the moment than the RV Capital meeting, but thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. And while we're on the topic of Israel, let me make one very clear statement about that before we then talk about business, which is what we're here for. I was horrified and disgusted by the attacks that I saw on the 7th of October. As a student of, thank you. As a student of German history, I saw the Holocaust, studied the Holocaust firsthand, and I simply couldn't believe we're seeing pogroms again in the 21st century. Yeah, it was a terrible thing, and I hope we never see anything like that again. Well, I feel slightly emotional now. Okay, Wix. Nir, it's a mixed group here. We have some wonderful, talented investors here, but we also have some doctors and some lawyers who really only think about investing once or twice a year. Maybe just to get everyone on the same page to start with, perhaps you could describe for us who are Wix's customers and what is the problem you're solving for them?
Wow. You know, when someone from our team asks that question, I ask them, who's the customer for Microsoft Office? Who's the customer for Word, for PowerPoint? And I know this is a very big statement, because essentially I think almost anyone eventually in their life can and would like to use that. We are in the 21st century, and pretty much everyone at some point in their lives would like to have good access to the internet, not only to consume content and information, but also to put things of their own up there. And it can be a tiny, small business, it can be a bigger business, it can be something for personal use, it can be a portfolio, it can be something that goes along with your hobby. And our vision, our goal is to allow all of that, enable that, and make it very easy and simple process for you to be able to onboard. Much like some of those other softwares that, you know, those Microsoft softwares that started in the 90s and became so dominant in our lives. There's, you know, an easy way to start and do some of it, but, you know, you can continue mastering the software for a very long time and create very complex and elaborate things on it. So we have hundreds of millions of people who registered and used our platform over the course of the lifetime of the company, and we still get millions that join every quarter. And the core of the more paying customers will be the people who are looking more for a business opportunity and have a business that they want to run, and for that they need a website.
Yeah. I guess a lot of people perhaps associate website building software with just like maybe a page with maybe a picture, a few nice pictures, a little bit of text. Maybe describe some of the functionality a Wix website can have to help run a business.
Well, I think, you know, looking back in time to 2008 when we first introduced our first solution, that was the one page or the few pages with a little bit of text and a few images and maybe an embed code to YouTube, if you were very sophisticated, was indeed the ecosystem in which websites were run. But we're not in 2008 anymore. And the technology moved, a very long way forward, especially with the expansion of the mobile devices, and the fact that everyone is carrying a little computer with browser in their pocket. And I think that with that advanced, the opportunities for tiny and small businesses really advanced. And this is where we come in. Because essentially, if you were Nike and you wanted to create something, a very complex website, you can spend millions of dollars doing that. But if you're a tiny business, and sometimes, we were thinking about, sometimes the businesses we refer to are smaller than what is even on the radar of any agency that is looking at tiny businesses. So Nick's wife, for example, is running a Wix website. She's doing her music and she's presenting and selling it through the website. I don't think she is what would be customarily being thought of as a small business. She's a one-woman show, essentially. And 20 years ago, if she wanted to do something like that, she had almost zero venues to try and develop that kind of business. Today, that's almost obvious that anyone can do that. And with that, I think, is what we are enabling. We're trying to take all of that complex technology and make it into something that anyone in this room can go in and just start a website, start a business, and support it.
Yeah, the way oftentimes these type of talks customarily go is you ask for a show of hands in the audience of who's a customer of Wix, and it's an exercise we don't need to do because the RV Capital website runs on Wix, and everyone who registered for the event had to create an account or who wants to receive my blog or whatever, so everyone in this room is a Wix customer.
That's a nifty trick, I like that.
So that's the company, but tell us about Nir, the person, how you came to Wix, and what your role is now, and what your development has been.
Wow. Well, like many things in life, it was a happy accident. I was not in the path of being an executive in a tech company at all. I grew up in Tel Aviv. I did an extended military service as a naval officer. I really liked education. I studied education in college after service. And I was slowly edging myself to working in education, maybe becoming a teacher or something like that. And then a really good friend of mine called me up and said, we just started a new company. Wix was about 3 months old back then.
Well, so you were almost part of the original founding team then?
Yeah, if you ask them, I am. For me, it's hard to say I'm a founder because I missed it by 3 months. But I knew 2 out of the 3 founders very well, since they were good friends of my older brother. I knew them since I was in my early teens. And they brought me in and said, we just need you for a couple of weeks to help around the office and, just make sure that a few things that are stuck can be unblocked. And they gave me a list. And the next day I came and said, okay, what else do you need? They said, well, we gave you a list. I said, well, that was yesterday's list. What do you need for today? It was, by the way, I'm not that great. It was really a dumb list. It's really simple stuff. And they said, wow. They were easily impressed. That was also a good thing working for me. Can you stay not for 2 weeks, but stay forever? And essentially I got sucked in. My job is I'm the chief operating officer, and it's a very flexible, fluid job. From my point of view, my role is to figure out what's not working well in the company and try to fix it in a way that then I can pull out and for it to keep on working well as things go by. And essentially, me and Avishai, the CEO, kind of divide he's a big, deep thinker. He likes to take a problem and deep dive into it so he can figure out, how to attack it and change it and solve it. Whereas I'm the guy who can hold many balls in the air at any given point of time. So I do all of the day-to-day stuff. and he is more responsible for kind of thinking about the long-term strategy and how and where to take us. Obviously, we cross paths quite a few times a day in thinking and solving issues, but at the core of it, this is kind of how we divide the roles between us.
Yeah, wonderful. We love talking about the business, and we will for sure do that shortly, but when we have, and I'm going to call you a founder, when we have a founder with us, what we also love to think about is some of the kind of the seminal events in the development of the company, which really kind of maybe created the values which exist today. Maybe you want to draw attention to one or two of those, if there's any that come to mind.
Well, it's a room full of investors. And I got to say that I think the single most memorable point of time for me is something which a room full of entrepreneurs will really relate to. And it's very early in time. It's pre-IPO. It's more before most of our investment rounds. So we introduced the first product in the summer of 2008. It was based on Adobe Flash, which was back then the ruling technology in order to put things in browsers. We're just getting started. And we came up with a whole bunch of different things that people can create and with our platform. There was greeting cards for emails, and you can create, well, back in 2008, the big thing around was MySpace. So you can create comments for MySpace, and we had a whole thing where you can actually edit your whole MySpace page and extend it and do all crazy shit with it. Sorry, pardon my French. And then the last thing we've added, we actually delayed the release of a product by a few months, was the ability to create websites. And then once we released all different options, we found out that the most popular ones were MySpace comments and websites. And we said to ourselves, where the problem with MySpace comments, one is how it's extremely hard to monetize. And also we're dependent on someone else, on MySpace, which who knows how long they're going to last, which was a good call because they didn't last that long. So we went with websites and started selling. And we started this very clunky solution for buying the subscription that we're now selling in thousands every day. Back in October of 2008. But if you all remember, September of 2008 was a very rough time in the world, subprime crisis and the stock market and bear stearns and everything's happening. And throughout the summer, our investors said, world is shaky, take money from us. So you can keep on running and doing this, and we're just releasing the product. We said, yeah, but we want an up round, and we want better terms. They said, well, we're not going to put a no shop, go shop around, do whatever you want. Obviously, we came back in September and said, where do we sign? We want the money. But then everyone was firing and shrinking and cutting down, and in November, the board came together, and they said, well, what's the plan? And we said, we just started selling, and we don't want to cut down anything. But we have this little calculation we did in the Excel, really, was willing to absorb anything. And if we carry on and increase, and now we're selling 5 subscriptions a day, if we get to April, which is 6 months from now, and the average is going to be 80 a day, then essentially we're break even. So give us 6 months of run rate. We'll hire and fire according to plan, not according to any cutback. We get this to April, and it's good, and we carry on, and if not, then we'll start slicing up the company. We got to 90, I think, in April. And I think the pivotal point of time was that from April 2009 was the first moment in time that we never had to raise money anymore. We decided and wanted to raise money because we wanted to grow the company faster. But at any point of time, we knew that we can cut back on marketing and just stay, grow slower, but be break even, and not be, at the mercy of investors, which is a really big moment of time for an entrepreneur.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And Maybe also a quick word on the culture at Wix. I know there's a wonderful esprit de corps there. Maybe you can say a few words about it.
The culture of Wix. Well, I think, the last 2 years really emphasized this for us much further than we all ever wished for. But there's many times there's this assumption or this concept where people think that a company is a for-profit organization, and the bottom line is the most important thing, and it cannot coincide with taking care of the people. Or it can, but up to a very small extent, and you should put the company finances ahead of everything else. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm just saying that from my standpoint and how I think about the culture is that I think that taking extra care or going all out when something really bad happens in the world eventually pays off for the company, okay, in a real way, not in a theoretical way. I think, I'm not going to go into Israel right now, but it's an easier event, which we have a longer perspective now of 2 years, is the war in Ukraine. We had, before the war in Ukraine, when the war started, we had 950 employees in Ukraine, and suddenly the world turned upside down. And we dealt with evacuating them and getting as many out of the country as they wanted to go and as we could before, and then helping the people who stay in the country. And we created a hub for the ones who got out of the country in Krakow, in Poland, and essentially built this whole infrastructure for them not only to work together, but also some came with kids, some came with family members. And it was 2 months of craziness just to try to get people to safety. How did that pay off? Eventually, if I would have lost 500 employees all of a sudden, I would have had a massive disruption to the company. Okay, it has a big impact on the business. Instead, I kept my employees, and I got extremely loyal employees that really want to put in the extra time and the extra effort in order to come through. Somebody asked me yesterday, in Israel, there's a lot of people being called to reserve duty. How do you handle that? And the answer is, at the end of the day, is because you create that kind of atmosphere, that kind of culture, if somebody gets pulled out, everyone else jump in and try to cover for them in order to make sure that nothing falls behind. And I think we managed to create a culture where people are really strong believers in what we do, and they know that we have their back as people, so they have our back as a company.
Yeah. What we see time and time again is that great companies, but also great countries, get stronger when they face adversity, and my sense is that's what's happening at Wix at the moment, but also at Israel. So everyone in this room here is a huge fan of Charlie Munger, who very sadly passed away, Warren Buffett's partner, of course. And one of his seminal achievements was persuading Warren Buffett to spend less time on the price of a company and more time on the quality, and taught him this sort of concept of competitive advantage. And so my question there is, what is Wix's competitive advantage? What does it do either better than other website builders, or what does it do cheaper?
Well, I think that first and foremost, it's about the product. Sometimes you go, in order to build a big company, you first and foremost need to be solving a big problem, right? Now, I don't think there could be an argument that the problem or the challenge to help everyone be able to bring their dreams, their visions, their businesses online is something which is big, it's global, it's growing, it's not shrinking, it keeps on increasing as more and more people join and use the internet. So I think from that standpoint, we always had that going for us. But the other part is about having the right product. So you can say, okay, sometimes you move into a new, into a new industry and you're the first product out there, okay? the first car, okay, the very famous quote, they would have asked for faster horses, right? So that's not the case for Wix. When we started the company, when we established the first builder that we put out there were many builders, many builders. We were not the first ones. We were, even rather late if you look at all of the other competitors that were out there back then. Most of them are either gone or shrank to the size that we almost don't encounter them. And I think it was about having a completely different approach to the product and a completely different approach to the business model. In terms of the product, I think that back then, the ruling idea was that everyone in this room were not really, should not get the responsibility of playing with our websites because they're probably, whatever we're going to put in their hands, they're going to ruin it. So let's give them a page and put boxes and content which we'll design, and you can just edit the content within. And most of the website builders were like that. By the way, it's a much easier challenge from the technology perspective because things don't move around so much. So it's easier with browsers and in different devices. It's also easier because I can decide on the absolute positioning beforehand, so I don't have to worry about what happens if the customer actually moves things around. Sadly, that's a bad product, and I think our approach was that we want to give the full power to the hand of the users and make sure that allow them to make mistakes and then maybe help them make it pretty and give them other tools to do that. And I think for that, you needed a much deeper technological approach, which is, I think, forever was what was the advantage we had if you look at everyone else in our industry. We invested a lot in technology, we still do. We're trying to bring in new and competitive technology to solve things. Last year, when everyone was extremely scared about AI, we were actually cheering because it just pushed us another 5 years into the future in a very short amount of time and allowed us to take advantage of more technology and put it in the hands of our customers. I think that's the biggest, most important part.
Yeah, that's great. So I think most people would agree that the Wix website builder is a great product, but maybe a question mark would be, is this a company that can make money, especially after some of the losses in more recent years? Maybe you can speak to where we are today in terms of profitability and what the long-term vision is for where the profitability and free cash flow can get to.
Well, I think that question is a thing of the past, okay? Not about what I'm projecting for 2024, 2025, but if you look back, we obviously COVID was a big challenge because we got so much demand in such a short amount of time, and the only way to try to deal with it was to brute force it with headcount. Not the smartest thing, but I'm not sure we had a better option. As it came with massive growth on the business side, it was easier to do, but obviously as it subsided, that's where we had to make the alignments. I think like many other tech companies that grew up in the past 15 years of only plenty and only growth, it was a hard turnaround, and suddenly you have to start looking at how you cut back and manage budget in a much tighter way. But it was also, I would say, as an executive, it was an amazing lesson to have and learn, so you can be a better management team. And I think we really deeply absorbed it. If we finished 2022 with roughly $30 million of free cash flow, which were, I don't know, a low single digit, 1 or 2% of our revenue, exactly, very low margin. The current, we haven't reported yet, so the current projection we gave to the street calls for roughly $240 million of free cash flow. Wow. So from 22 to 23, that's...
From 30 to 240 is a pretty meaningful move.
It's a pretty meaningful jump, exactly. At a like a low teen margin, which obviously we expect to grow. We are very confidently saying that by 2025, we will at least meet or exceed the 40 of the rule of 40 in terms of margin versus growth. I think we're still operating in an environment where projecting growth is more complex because the economy is still a little bit shaky. But I'm 100% sure that we'll meet that target. But it's more than that. We are already in GAAP profitability for 2023. So for the year that just wrapped up, and we don't plan of going back. So we are profitable. We'll continue running profits, and the goal now is to learn how to accelerate growth again and grow in a profitable way. And I think that's an amazing lesson for a company to learn.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I think you mentioned a target of 500 million in free cash flow at some point.
Yeah, so 2025 to be in the rule of 40 and at least $500 million of cash flow.
Yeah, and I think the market cap today is about 7 billion, so that gets you to about 14 times free cash flow, which isn't super expensive. But one of the pushbacks people in the audience would potentially have is, yeah, but there's this stock-based compensation. So what is the perspective for the stock-based compensation?
Well, I think tech companies are still very competitive beasts for talent, and we run a company from Tel Aviv, one of the most competitive places on earth for very very strong talent. I think stock-based compensation is not going to go away, but like anything else, it can be much better managed, and I think we've started turning that around as well. I think first and foremost, the GAAP profitability indicates that we are managing to generate the money to cover also for the financial loss of the stock-based compensation or the cost. But more than that, we started engaging in buying back stock in order to offset the dilution generated by the compensation. And I think that as time progresses, the dilution or the share count has already been, it's not growing as fast as before. The goal now is to get it to stabilize it so it doesn't grow, and then to start decreasing it over time. And one of the measures we're looking at is the cash flow per share, which is also very much on the rise. It's going to be roughly $3.50 a share for 2023, and we believe it can be even somewhere between 7 to 8, even at the higher ranges of that for 2025.
Well, that's a great perspective. Wix is a very capital-light business, which means it's a business, unlike, say, an electric utility. If it wants to grow its business, it needs to build a new power plant. Wix is the kind of business which requires no capital to grow, which is a wonderful attribute, but also means it creates the problem, in inverted commas, of what do you do with that capital? How do you allocate it? So you kind of already touched on it in your last answer, but maybe you can talk about that.
Well, I think companies have generally two venues of growth, right? One is organic, the other one is through acquisitions. I'm not saying that we will never be acquisitive or that we'll never acquire anything significant. We have been acquiring companies over the years, but it's mostly really small companies, and mostly about absorbing products and technologies that we feel that are complementary. And I think we have this great advantage, again, going back to the environment and the ecosystem we are in, where there's so much opportunity of growth that can be done organically, which means that we don't see the acquisition path as the main one for us. That means that at least as soon as you start generating money and not losing money, which is where we all want to be, I think one of the best things I can do is start exercising a well thought of a buyback strategy. By the way, it also, for me as an executive, it gives us some control, because other than that, we have no other thing that connects us to the share price. Like we want the company to perform and for the share to follow. But if we deploy at least some of the proceeds for the buyback, that also gives us some control on our destiny from that standpoint as well.
That's also a great perspective for shareholders. I have, I think, 2 more questions, and then I'm going to give the audience, it should leave about 15 minutes for audience questions, so you can start thinking about what you want to ask about. So the first one would be the topic of AI. There were fears at the start of last year that AI was a risk for Wix. I think maybe now people are starting to see it more as an opportunity. What is your view?
So, for a company whose goal in life is to take complex technology problems and simplify that for the end customer, AI is another amazing opportunity. We've already established that it is pushing our business forward, and it does so simply by giving more value in the hands of our customers. Now, one thing that, by the way, that we haven't had a touch on is, we've built the core of our business was built on the tiny little businesses, the people who come in and want to build a website for themselves. And about 2/3 of our business today are those people. But the other third, which is actually growing faster than the core business or the self-creator business, are what we call the partner business, are the people who come and are essentially want to use our platform as a baseline to cater for the needs of other customers, agencies. I was trying to convert your sister last night to our platform, and I'm still not giving up.
Let me just stop there for a second, because I forgot to mention Alex at the beginning. My sister Alex, who actually runs a social media marketing agency, including website building. So a little plug for her business there, but she helps me organize this event, so perhaps a round of applause there.
Wait. No applause. You should boo her because she's using WordPress. Anyway,
but that's going to change, right?
I hope. But that's on me, not on her. But for them, so if AI, for someone who doesn't have the right affinity to understand not only how to build a website, but also if you're a small business owner, you don't really know what you need in your website. You don't know what's the best, utilities and functions that should be used for someone who's a lawyer versus a spa versus a bakery. And obviously, the AI helps you. It's a much easier flow to help the creation process, but also the understanding of what needs to be in the website, what should be added, and also how to manage the website and your business afterwards. Those are all amazing capabilities that AI solves in a much easier fashion. But also, if you're running an agency, okay, AI is extremely important. In theory, the AI will take away the business of the designers and the agencies. I don't see that happening anytime soon. What I do see happening is that if I can bring in the right AI capabilities into the platform and then give it to Alex and cut her job, the time to deliver value to her customers by 20, 30, 50%, I made her business much better. And that's another great opportunity that lies ahead.
Yeah. Well, your comments there sort of already touched a little bit on my final question, but it was exactly on the topic of your partner business. So Wix obviously grew up as a DIY business for people to build the website themselves. And several years ago, you decided to attack the far bigger market, which is the market where agencies build websites for individual business. Just describe a little bit that opportunity for us.
Absolutely. So it's really hard. It's an environment where data is a little bit quirky, meaning it's really hard to say exactly how many websites are being built by whom, because the key question is what is a website and whether any page is a website or it has to go, beyond some certain mass. Still, in any mathematics you would run and data you're gonna crunch, out of 10 websites, somewhere between 1 to 2 are being built by someone who's doing it for themselves, and then 80 to 90% are actually being built by builders, by designers, agencies, small ones, big ones, internal to some organization, external, anything. even her business, which is a marketing agency business, still also has a layer of where they create the website just because it attaches well to every other asset of the marketing campaigns. And we've always had these people on our platform using it, but as time progressed, we understood that they need more. They need much more complex capabilities. They're going to spend much more time and effort on the platform. We introduced a specialized editing environment about 3 years ago. We announced it in New York in February 2020, right before COVID hit. And it was we called it Editor X, and it was a dedicated for designers, for agencies kind of a product. We spent about 2 years with this product and learned a ton. And we understood that we need to go even further. We need to create a dedicated work environment that is not only the editing environment, but also everything that's around it for agencies. We introduced a whole new offering called Wix Studio throughout this summer. And it was in closed beta throughout the summer. It went to open beta on mid-October. So imagine all the craziness in Israel, and we are launching a new product at the same time, if you want to think resilience of a team.
Amazing, amazing.
And it is garnering amazing results. And again, like any other product, we need to improve it and take it forward. But we believe that that can be really the future of the company in terms of growth. As I spoke about re-accelerating, I think that's going to be one of the key engines that will allow us to re-accelerate the growth of the company for years to come. And let's see if I can convert Alex, which will be a good indication whether we did a good enough job there.
Yeah. And you have your quarterly newsletter where you normally profile a few agencies. Maybe we can feature Alex if you're successful.
Absolutely, we'd love to do that. That would be a good sign of success.
Okay, I got you some unpaid advertising there. Okay, questions from the audience. Achim, I don't know if it's possible to pan around when people ask their question, but I have two helpers for the microphones. We're big on child labor at RV Capital, as you know. We have my daughter Olivia and my son Tommy. Maybe a quick round of applause for them. Is there just one microphone? Tommy's coming as well. Is there another mic? If not, he can take my one. But the first question is here at the front.
Hello, can you hear me?
If you want to quickly state your name and where you're from, that would be great.
My name is Julian. I'm from London. My question is, what do your existing customer complain about the most, and what do you do to fix that?
What are they complaining about the most?
The most, yeah.
Well, it's obviously really changed in the last few months because we had a very different offering. One of the key learnings we understood when we wanted to move from Editor X to the new Wix Studio editing environment is Editor X was amazing solution for professional designers, which the really hardcore professional designers really liked. But the agencies wanted something else. They wanted to have the values and the deep editing capabilities that the pro designers wanted to have, but they still wanted it simplified because they care first and foremost about being able to deliver value quickly. So they need to cut down time and throughout the creation process. The other thing that was very hard for them, and it goes back to the environment that we created, the workspace around it, is that they have their own different ways to manage clients, and manage websites, transfer to websites, get feedback, look parts of the website so the client can access some content but not everything and not mess up the design. They wanted to understand we give customer care per website. They wanted to understand what are the issues that each separate website has under the umbrella of their agency. So they can look at the calls attached to a client and not have it generalized. And those are just a few good examples of what people want to have in their own back office. And when we had to create, a whole new approach to that. And now our job is to keep on understanding what's what's missing and deliver more. We are throwing events on a regular basis all around the globe in different cities. So in fact, you say you're from London, right? Yeah. So we're going to have one in London early February. Okay, you can come and check it out. And generally, if you guys want to attend, just let me know, and I'll figure out what's coming close, what's going to be close to your home in the coming months, and you can check it out for yourselves.
Okay.
Hello. I often hear. Oh, sorry. I just was going to make a quick comment, and I'll let you ask your question. I often hear people say like website building is a solved problem, but what I've always sort of experienced is like there's always something new that customers want. But next question's there.
Yes. Hello. Thomas from Frankfurt in Germany. I'm a private investor, nothing more. What quite often annoys me a bit is there's the cash outflow linked to stock compensations, and that tends in some companies to really get out of hand. So if you are talking about 500 million free or cash flow, that is not the answer we need to know. What is the cash flow after stock-based compensation? And I would also suggest, so that you don't annoy investors that much, how about changing the strategy? How about paying bonuses to the people you need and say, well, that's linked to one condition. 50% of your, let's say 60 or 40% of the payment, you have to go to the stock market and buy shares from the company. And if you want to know more about that strategy, have a look at Constellation Software. They do it this way, and they are very, very successful, and they are in the same business as you. So I have trouble to understand this point.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would love to learn new tricks and new ideas all the time, so I would go and check it out and see what they're doing. I think the value on the stock-based compensation from the company's standpoint that is different from the cash bonuses is that equity is the vesting period of the equity. Because at the end of the day, I'm trying to lock people in for a long time. That's my goal, is to find a talent and put them in to make sure that they stay with me for many years. And when you give them the stock-based compensation, you're right, in theory, I could tell them, take money and buy stock on your own. When you give it to them and you say, have to stay another quarter for the next batch to mature and another quarter for the next batch to mature, you create a much more like a longevity process in terms of their way of thinking and staying in the company for the longer term. And you also tie them stronger to the dream, which should be all our dream, is generating value for shareholders and making more money. By the way, by stock-based compensation, you ensure that all of the employees are also shareholders, which means that there's a better chance to align them with the interest of shareholders. So I'm a big fan of the equity from that standpoint, because I think that from the managerial standpoint, it has a ton of value. I do agree with you that we need to find the ways to be very transparent about what does that mean in terms of the financials of the company. We need to make sure that we never let the stock-based compensation harm the profitability. And at the end of the day, treat it, as he said, it's cash. It doesn't matter if it comes out from this pocket or from this pocket. So I just need to make sure that I put it front and center in a very clear manner.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Hollingworth. I'm from London. I'm an institutional investor. Could you just talk a little bit? I know nothing about website building. I'm a person that would have used an agency and has used an agency. So just explain, in the agency build, I think you said that's about 90% or 80% of websites. So what are the sort of market share? I know WordPress, I've heard of them. So what are the market shares of those companies today, and why are they not going to be able to do what you're going to be able to do? Why are they going to cede market share to you? That's the bit I don't really sort of understand.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, it's still very fragmented. Okay, there's a lot of Some of the agencies, the bigger agencies that have a full development team will sometimes just write code in order to build a website. And then I would say that the smaller agencies that rely on some sort of a CMS software solution will more often than not use WordPress. WordPress is the predominant, I would say, still the predominant legacy technology out there. Most of it, when we say WordPress, there's a company called Automatic that has a business, and there's the WordPress.org ecosystem, which is an open source ecosystem. Automatic is the biggest contributor to the open source, to that open source. And the vast majority of websites on WordPress are based on the open source side. They have the advantage of being out there for many, many years, having a ton of flexibility that the agencies really love, and also this is what they know and have been working with for many years. They have the downside of being an open source solution where there's a lot of overhead for the agency or for whoever is running the website, because you need to do the hosting yourself, and you need to care about changes to the environment. You need to make sure that the website is under a CDN, and so it will be fast and well-performing globally, assuming that's something that's important for you. It's much harder to control security and prevent hacking, because it's separate pieces of software, and you don't always know that you are supposed to upgrade the software on a regular basis, or you might have missed a piece, and then you don't patch it for security in the same way that you should. And I think that what we're trying to do is say we can bring we can bring all of that flexibility in a guarded garden. So it's not closed, but it's because you can introduce your own code, but we are going to give you a native environment that still safeguards that code. So you won't have all of that risk associated with working with an open source solution. And we are innovating really quickly in a market and an environment where there are many, many, many challenges. My belief is that we can, we do have stand a really good chance to go after that WordPress ecosystem and take a big chunk of it.
Thank you.
Hi, Neve. Hi, Rob. Thanks for hosting this, and thanks for coming. My name is Suzy Chen. I work for a venture capital firm. We're based in Menlo Park in Boston. So I invest in a different spectrum than many investors here, I think. I want to ask two questions about AI. I'm intrigued. We actually use Wix to build a website. So we're a customer. I'm intrigued by the Wix Studio idea, because I think it provides an opportunity for you to encourage your customers to put their data on your platform, which is highly valuable in the age of AI. So I want to ask about, how do you think about data strategy? How do you think about how and whether you can use the data from customers to build and enhance your AI capabilities? Because you're serving enterprise customers, presumably you can mix the data across customers, but there's also a lot of advantage in being able to train on cross-customer data. For example, how do you help shoe companies build better images, or help advertising agencies create better videos for a certain type of companies? So that's one question. The second one is, what kind of AI vendors are you using? Are you using closed source providers such as OpenAI, Inflection, Google? Are you using open source? What are your thoughts on your long-term strategies in terms of proprietary versus open source? Thank you.
Sure. So first of all, one of the reasons we were very ecstatic last year when ChatGPT broke out and kind of suddenly educated everyone about AI is that we've been working in this space for a very long time. We introduced a much more naive model back in 2016 when we introduced ADI, artificial design intelligence. Which was a very much simplified AI engine to build websites. By the way, it was hugely successful on our platform and generated, really pushed our success and our revenues for many years. But we've had a very strong data science and AI team for a very long time, and one of the great things that happened last year was not only that there were new opportunities suddenly, but also the market got educated about the value. The consumers got educated about the value, which is much easier now to put AI capabilities in the hand of people because they want it, they are asking for it. Before that, people didn't really fully understand what's the essence of it. Now, from the data standpoint, we don't cross data between websites and between clients. It's your data, your content is yours. And we are very strict about the privacy for it. But as you said, we do understand the generalization of data in terms of layouts, in terms of structures, in terms of what's working better if you're in the shoe industry versus building a website for a venture fund. And those things are schematics, are things that obviously we have access to and help us. We are introducing now a new AI engine to build websites. This is no secret. We spoke about this publicly already. We're going to keep on leveraging that knowledge, not only to make the creation process easier, better for us, but also because that means that you can be more successful as the client. From the perspective of who we work with, we generally are open to work with everyone. We have really strong ties with the OpenAI team, and we're using a lot of their capabilities. But we are also in close conversations with Microsoft on other aspects like Copilot, etc. Now also with Google and on their AI capabilities. We don't intend to build our own generative model, but rather use and work with them simply because it's a very big effort that we don't bring extra value to, but we are continuing to develop our own internal models that have to do exactly with that proprietary data that we have on how websites are being built and what makes them successful.
Thank you.
I think we've got time for one last question. That's almost on the hour. While the microphone's going around, just a quick note that Nir has very kindly said he's going to be here the whole weekend. I think you're part of the hiking group this afternoon, or maybe skiing. We're still maybe open, but anyway, he'll be there this afternoon, this evening, and tomorrow morning. So if anyone doesn't get to ask their question, there'll be an opportunity for the rest of the weekend. Who has the microphone? There it is at the back. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This is very impressive interviews. And so I'm Shinya Deguchi. I'm Japanese, but then living in Shanghai. I'm from a family office. And I have been, I probably created the first website, a homepage, maybe 30 years ago. And then I switched from a WordPress to Wix maybe 10 years ago. So thank you very much for amazing services. And then, so I want to ask one, the long-term questions, because I think all of us here are thinking about long-term, and then maybe 20 years, 30 years from now. And then the reason I'm asking, which I was very surprised after living in China for almost 10 years, nobody actually uses website anymore, which is shocking.
In China?
In China. Not many, the companies, they actually have a website. And it's actually really, we have many different ways to see, the company information. So it's been 30 years, I think, since the homepage or website was created. And then, we can expect maybe next 20 years, we continue using website. But then, have you thought about, the Wix over the next 20 years? The possibility of maybe we're using something completely different from website.
Well, first of all, again, I'm not an expert on the Chinese ecosystem per se. I can say that for a while there, we wanted to figure out how can we expand our business into China, and we found out in China specifically there's a crazy amount of regulation around websites and domains, which also means that's where there's a surprisingly small amount of domains in China, which is just because there's a very high government regulations around it. I think, I don't think China is the right market to try to figure out the future of websites because of that. That being said, back in 2012, Avishai, our CEO, and my partner, and I met someone in San Francisco who tried to explain. He was an early investor in Facebook, and he tried to explain to us that websites are obsolete because everything is going to move to Facebook. Naturally, that didn't happen, and even Facebook, as the product itself, is becoming a little bit, a thing for older people, whereas other newer social networks are becoming more and more popular. And even those new social networks are not replacing websites. The other claim, or the other thing that at some point was kind of the big belief, was that the mobile apps are going to replace websites. So everyone's going to have an app and won't need a website anymore. And we actually geared up for that. We bought a small company in Israel that was building apps, and we transitioned, and we started offering the application to the small businesses. They didn't adopt it, and we kind of closed that line of business a long time ago. We still allow to create apps, but it's still very, very small. So at least right now, I'm sure that websites they don't seem like they're going anywhere. That being said, none of us can foresee the great pivotal new technology of 5 years from now in terms of of devices. And there might be that comes a really strong, amazing new format that will be but it will be a different way to do what a website does, right? It's about creating a unique persona for yourself or for your business that you can control, and through which you can interact, sell, and converse with customers or with clients or fans or anything like that. And if that kind of a pivotal thing happens, then our responsibility will be to recognize it, understand it, and adopt it. I think that if you look at our history throughout the years, switching from Flash to HTML5 when there was actually no HTML5, it was still a myth. It was bits and pieces that Steve Jobs was fighting Adobe with. Our ability to switch over, to adopt and change, our whole strategy to understand that people need, different business solutions for their websites, commerce solutions, selling time, selling tickets, selling seats in restaurants. You can do all of that on Wix today. 10 years ago, you couldn't because it wasn't a need. As things like that rose, we knew how to adopt and bring them into our house. And adopting to different devices, different browsers, all of those are massive challenges that we managed to churn through the years. And I do, definitely in 20 years from now, something can come up that's going to change the website, completely change the website industry. Our role, our job as management will be to recognize it and adopt and change. This is, big long-term companies survive only because they are, they disrupt their own business throughout time.
Nir, thank you so much for coming over. Especially making the trek over from Israel, given everything that's happening. You could see everyone loved it. We could have gone on a lot longer, but you're around, so there's plenty of time for people to ask their questions. Thanks again. I'll see everyone back here at 10:30. one or two people still coming in, but I think we'll start. Good. So now we're going to do the annual Q&A, which is my favorite part of the year. There's an opportunity for you guys to ask whatever you want. I hope we get to cover as many of the companies in the Business Owner Fund as possible. Apart from that, I'm completely open to whatever topic. It can be about the companies, investing, or whatever is on your mind. I'm joined on stage by my partner, Andreas. Andreas, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me on the stage.
And yeah, so always the first question is the one that I pose, which is, who wants to ask the first question? And where's the microphone, if I can add a second one? Olivia has the microphone there, and I think a hand went up, so yeah, should we take a seat?
Hello, Stefan Uhrnbacher, a private investor from Hamburg. Guys, Rob, I really enjoyed reading your letter about your China trip. And this fall, I also was on a study tour in China with a group of tech entrepreneurs, and I felt like I was 10 years too late or something of going there. And I was just wondering, what are your current thoughts about investing in China sectors more than geopolitics?
So more around the sectors, so not the whole kind of political type stuff.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, I'm a long-term bull on China. I feel it's like an increasingly shrinking minority. But whenever I go there, I'm just unbelievably impressed by the rate of development of the country. When you walk around a European or a North American city, things tend to look the same as they did 5 years before. In China, it's just the complete opposite. We're seeing increasingly Chinese companies, it used to be the case, people would argue, yeah, they can make stuff cheaply, but they're never going to create a global company. And now we're seeing the phenomenon of companies like TikTok, PDD, which we actually invested in earlier this year. So I think a lot of the kind of things that people said wouldn't happen in China, on a positive front, are happening, and it makes me really very optimistic. In terms of which sectors I think are the most interesting ones, for me as a sort of a non-Chinese speaker, where I found that the easiest to kind of access is more the kind of, I would say, the sort of the tech type companies. It's a very dynamic space. There's hundreds of companies there. All of the disclosure is in English. So that's where I found myself to be very much at home. But I also think, if the first stage of development was dominated by the kind of the production type companies, increasingly we're seeing service champions come up. My friend Stephen Shen from Ocean Link Capital is in the audience here somewhere today. I think he coined the term of these sort of service champions or something along those lines, and drew my attention to many sort of companies which just have building these incredible franchises in logistics, in hotel management, in chemical storage, chemical transportation. It's really an incredible economy, and I simply can't see what could go wrong, apart from, of course, the whole sort of geopolitical aspect. But that wasn't part of your question, so I'll leave that out. But if anyone else wants to ask, that's fine.
I have no, I didn't spend so much time on China as you did, Rob, so I will keep it at that. Yeah, nothing to add.
A homage to Charlie. Okay, we unfortunately only have one microphone going around the audience, so maybe if you can already indicate who has the microphone, and yeah, Paolo. Thank you.
Two questions about two companies. One is Grenke. Whether I've seen it's not on the list of the top 10 companies. I was wondering whether you still own it, and what do you think how the company is doing, in your opinion? And the second one, I was reading just on the train coming here, I was reading about AdLife, and I was wondering if you still own it, and if yes, why, and if no, why? Well,
Paolo, thanks for putting the finger in the into the wound. No, so I sold most of our stakes in both of those companies, and both I would consider, to be, I think we made money on both investments over time, but certainly investors who invested more recently in the fund wouldn't have made money, so I kind of would view them as disappointing investments, maybe for two very different reasons. In the case of Grenke, there was, as many of you will know, a short attack on the company, I think about 3 years ago, where a short seller made all these sort of claims about the company being fraudulent, that its business didn't exist, and these completely wild and crazy claims, which unfortunately though came directly on the heels of the whole Wirecard scandal, where the regulator obviously thought it was, the regulator was found to be sort of asleep at the wheel. And as a result of that, the regulators saw it as an opportunity to show that they mean business and do the kind of the regulation properly. And so unfortunately, although the reports, accusations, I think, have no merit, they didn't turn out to be true, they're not something I think anyone meaningfully discusses today, it did unfortunately do, in my view, long-term, perhaps even permanent damage to the business. It lost 3 years where it was completely tied up with all the regulatory investigations. Those were 3 years where competitors gained market share, and particularly, I think, in Southern Europe, Italy, and where the organization was changed. The entrepreneurial spirit, I think, was lost to a certain extent as Mr. Grenke stepped out. And if I look at the supervisory board today, it's filled with lawyers. Nothing against lawyers, but I think managing risk needs to be an aspect of running a business, but it can't be the aspect. So I feel like the short report, even though it was wrong in essence, the kind of the secondary effect is it did impact the value of the company, and I saw opportunity to allocate the company elsewhere more profitably, and did so. Anything you want to say on Grenke before I talk about AdLife? Yeah. And then AdLife, I would say, it was a very successful investment for many years. It was like many companies, actually. It actually had too good a COVID. It was, a big part of its business was actually selling medical supplies, and it had a large business. It does the distribution for one of the main companies that does COVID tests and all that kind of stuff. And so their sort of revenues and earnings really exploded during COVID, which was great. But sometimes these things are actually more of a curse than a benefit, because it didn't lose sight of its sort of cost consciousness, which maybe some companies did in that phase. It still remains a very lean, a very profitable business. It did, unfortunately, though, lose its discipline around capital allocation. And seeing that these COVID revenues were at some point going to disappear, I think they thought they needed to make lots of large acquisitions, which were not the typical type of acquisition they make, and that sort of led them a little bit away from what their kind of core value proposition is. And it was a profitable investment, but increasingly the way the portfolio of their companies was put together, and the lack of discipline around capital allocation led me there also to believe there's perhaps better opportunities elsewhere.
We see similar patterns many times when a share price gets very high. Management may feel compelled to make a big acquisition to justify the share price, and they make it even worse by that. So I think we have to be very aware of that and be careful when a company acquires a big business just in order to justify the share price.
Yeah, lesson learned. One there, yeah.
Yes, I have one question. Looking back to your former investment of Novo Nordisk today, would you say, well, that was a very brutal lesson I learned? Or would you say, well, looking back, I would do the same again? Or how do you look at it today?
Well, there was sort of, I guess, the opposite lesson. So we invested in Novo, I would guess, almost 10 years ago. And at the time, I think we had the variant perception that although it's obviously a pharmaceutical company, given the sort of the way that diabetes is a chronic disease, you need sort of insulin effectively for the rest of your life if you get it. It was more like a sort of a Coca-Cola type business where there's a sort of like a repetitive sales as opposed to a pharmaceutical company where typically you have this sort of big spike in sales when a drug is sort of successful and then goes down very, very quickly when it comes off patent. So it was a wonderful investment for us. I learned a lot from it. We made a lot of money, but I did sell it, I would guess probably 4 or 5 years ago now, maybe less. And since then, it's done even better. And that was because of the incredible success they've had with this GLP-1 franchise. These are drugs which are considered to be wonder drugs that help you to lose weight. At the time I sold these, that drug was actually not only developed, I think it was even released and available on the market. So it was something I was aware of, but I never imagined it would have the success that it did. And I think part of that is because of the way it sort of came into pulp culture. But that's something I don't make any criticism of myself about. I don't think, if you'd asked me 10 years ago, would you be able to predict whether a drug becomes part of the pulp culture? I would view that as firmly out of my circle of competence. So my conscience is clear on that one. Andreas was also invested in Novo for a long time, so maybe you have a perspective on it.
So I think the success they've had with semaglutide was almost visible that it would be coming, but then again, the valuation was always quite high. And if you modeled it out a few years, their profits would be so much linked to semaglutide that I was nervous about that, because every compound can turn out to have some negative side effects and has to be taken off the market. And so if basically the major part of the profits is linked to a single compound, it's a risk. And the valuation did not take that risk into account. They were always valued at price-earnings ratios well above 30, and so I felt like there were less risky opportunities around.
Yeah. So a funny anecdote. On our family holiday a few weeks ago, I was sitting on a boat, and there was this guy sitting opposite me with his wife, and I didn't recognize him, but I recognized the voice. He had this sort of Danish accent, which was very distinct, and I was sure he was actually the head of R&D of Novo Nordisk, and I asked him, and in fact it was, and he had these sort of gleaming eyes, and he was talking about that day we met, that a study had come out that semaglutide also helps with renal disease, so helps people with kidney problems, and he thought maybe even it could delay kidney disease long enough that you would no longer need kidney dialysis. So he had this incredible excitement and glow, and then he asked me if I was still invested, and that sort of put a bit of a damper on. But as I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I think there's one group of people you need to feel even more sorry for, and some of them are here today, which are the folks from the Novo Foundation. So they're tasked with managing a portfolio of assets which do better than Novo Nordisk. So. If you see them, you might want to console them a little bit. Okay, the next question. Olivia, maybe because we only have one microphone, once someone's asked their question, you can take the microphone back and then give it to the next one. But I think there's one at the front here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Arni from Italy. I'm thinking in terms of position sizing. I wonder, how is your thinking evolved about sizing the right amount to size the right opportunity? So the progression, like how you were thinking before it, how you think of it now.
Yeah, so Andreas is a mathematician and actually a math Olympiad at school, and so a brilliant mathematician. I'm someone that flunked maths and sort of, I think, gave it up when I was about 16, so I'm curious whether our answers are similar or different here around sort of position sizing. But I've always had like a very sort of, I've had a philosophy about position sizing which hasn't really changed since the very start of when I started investing. When I started, I had very modest means, but I occasionally had a very good idea, and I wanted to be able to put as much of my limited capital as I possibly could in that idea, so that it starts to move my net worth in a meaningful position. but not so much that if the investment didn't work, that I would then be effectively sort of set back to zero, and that's still very much my philosophy today. Maybe the kind of the weightings have changed a little bit, but it's always been a 10-stock portfolio. I think 10 stocks provides plenty of diversification, but if a stock is 10%, or in some cases even 15 or 20% of a portfolio, it has the ability to really move the needle if it turns out to be a great investment. So that's how I've thought about it.
Yeah, I think 10 is a good number. Some of them are weight higher, others lower, and depending on how Rob views the risk and the opportunity in the relevant position, and how liquid they are, of course, that also factors into that. But I don't think it's a mathematical exercise. So we very much judge.
That's a relief.
So we very much judge the business quality. So you can size an investment bigger if it's a less risky company, if it's a more liquid company, maybe at that. And our risk management is not just linked to the number of positions in the portfolio or position sizing. It's also what kind of companies do we buy? How strong is their competitive advantage? How strong is the management team? Do they have debt? Do they have no debt? Are they cyclical? Are they non-cyclical? So risk management starts much earlier than at position sizing. It starts by which companies do we want to put in the portfolio. And once they are qualified to go into the portfolio, I guess we can even take large positions, because we avoid really very risky positions for the most part.
Hi, this is Armin, a private equity investor from Zurich. I have one question regarding Andreas' comments on Novo Nordisk, because you said if you model it out and it's on the usage of Excel, because as far as I'm aware, neither Warren Buffett nor Charlie Munger is using Excel, and Monish Pabrai is also a huge proponent of identifying opportunities that are so obvious that you don't need to use Excel. Question to both of you: how do you see the usage of Excel, and also what kind of margin of safety do you apply? Because with taking assumptions, it's always the risk of either be too optimistic or too pessimistic. Thank you.
Why don't you take that one first?
Okay. Yeah. I hardly ever use Excel to value a business or to model something. I mean, the model is usually in my head, and it's a very simple model. But something like semaglutide, I mean, it was the fastest growing compound by far, and it was already very profitable when we were invested, and so it was obvious that it would comprise 80% of the profits or more in a few years. And now you have to have an elaborate model to recognize the potential risk in that. I mean, it's not the first time that a compound would be taken off the market because it has some unwanted side effects. Now, using Excel, sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. It depends a bit on the situation, but it's never really decisive for an investment, I would say. And you have to be careful not to do it with too much of a precision. I mean, in physics, you look always at which precision do you want to give a result. And typically you don't give the result with a greater precision than the least precise input variable that goes into a formula. And when you value a business, you have, of course, financial data that goes into the valuation model, but you also have a lot of soft facts, management quality, things like that. Now, where is that on the precision scale? It's very, very imprecise. So you should never...
But important.
You should never put too much weight on the financial data and model it out on Excel and rely on that level of precision when very much hinges on the quality of management, on your judgment of the moat and all that.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add to that. When Andreas says he does it in the head, the way we do it is, we're trying to get to a 15% owner return over time, and that 15% can come from, has to come from earnings per share growth over time. We don't want to make money by the multiple going up or down. We want to make it by the business becoming intrinsically more profitable. And 15% earnings growth can come from a company which buys back 15% of its shares every year out of its free cash flow, in which case it could be growing at 0%, or it could come from a company that doesn't buy back a single share but grows its earnings by 15% a year. So within those two spectrums, there's obviously a certain amount of variance, but that's at a very high level what we look for. I do use Excel probably a little bit more than perhaps Andreas. As I find, for example, if I'm trying to really understand the unit economics of a business, I find it very helpful to type that into a spreadsheet. But I think Andreas has a better head for numbers than me, so he probably does that in his head. Okay, who's next?
Hi, and sorry, I haven't raised my hand before, so that's the delay. Thank you for organizing this event and inviting all of us. I'm Michał, I'm an individual investor, so I appreciate your effort and time to organize this. My question is around, if you can give me an advice, because it's something I struggle with myself, how do you think of investing in companies that make products that you will not use or don't use yourself, or for whatever reasons? It doesn't have to be anything as extreme as, I don't know, weapons or cigarettes, but can be more nuanced. I give a simple example. Let's say you're vegetarian. Would you still invest in McDonald's? I mean, how does it even? I don't know. Do you kind of think of this as a risk? Does it make you sleep well at night being invested in a company like this? I mean, or do you completely like it's something irrelevant and don't take this into an equation? Thank you.
Is there something you want to?
Well, I think it certainly helps if you use the product, but the main criterion is, can you put yourself in the shoes of somebody who uses the product? Can you understand why the person buys the product and uses it? And if you can get yourself to that position, I think there is no reason to not buy it. So there are certainly certain industries where it's a bit off limits or where it's difficult to understand, but in general you have to understand the mechanics of the business, irrespective if you're a user or not. And certainly if you're not a user, maybe the risk is a little bit higher, or you have to be a bit more careful, even more careful with your due diligence. But in general, that's not off limits.
Yeah, I think it is a good point you make, though. It certainly helps if you are a user of the product. I remember, so in my early days as an investor, sort of in the early 2000s, I used to love buying companies which were trading below their net cash or their net asset value. And I remember some of the Germans in the audience might remember there was a listed company called Buch.de, which means book.de, which was a competitor to Amazon, and even then far less successful, but it traded at a big discount to the cash it had on its balance sheet. So I was sort of, as a I love to read, so I was probably ordering books on Amazon once a week, if not more frequently, but I was putting my money in Buch.de. So that was another lesson learned.
Thank you for organizing the event. I actually have a question for each one, if you'd care. For you, Rob, and you mentioned unit economics, so I might as well ask about Carvana. What are the developments over there, and any comments essentially on Carvana? And to Andreas, I would love to know if you have any insights on the ad tech world, not only on the meta side of things, but the development of advertisement and technology.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like both the questions. Thank you for them. Yeah. Well, Carvana, where do you start? I think when I sat here this time last year, the stock had probably lost sort of 98% of its value. I think there was a complete and utter consensus that it was as good as dead, that the business model didn't work, and it was just a question of time before it was filleted by the sort of the bondholders. And what a difference a year makes. Share price is probably up, I don't know, probably 15x from where it was last year. Still far below its lows, but certainly no longer on its lows. But much more important, we don't worry too much about share prices. Much more important than that, I think the business is in fantastic shape. And Carvana is a company where I do model the unit economics for myself in Excel. It helps me to understand the business better and how the kind of the cars they sell, how that kind of filters out into different levels of gross profit from different buckets. You know, so they have the financing side, the sale of the metal, so the used car. So you know, there's different components to it, but all of them are really firing on all cylinders now. The debt situation, I would say, is completely resolved without there being really any meaningful dilution to shareholders. And most encouragingly of all, I think everyone can see today that the unit economics are working very well, but the fear is, well, what's going to happen when they start to grow again? Is then, you know, are we going to go back to being a kind of a loss-making, high-growth company? And I got a lot of comfort on that point just before Christmas. So I think early December, I went first to Phoenix, where I met with Ernie and the team there. And then I actually became an honorary member of the Carvana Investor Relations team, as I got an airplane from Phoenix down to Orlando, where there was a capital market day happening. So I was sort of flying with the team, and they really sort of took me to their heart, I think. And then we did the capital markets day in Orlando at one of their newest reconditioning centers, so one of these enormous factories where they effectively repair the cars. And the really encouraging thing to see there was just how much capacity they have on hand. So, for example, the reconditioning center that I saw has 2 lines which can run in 2 shifts. And when we were there, it was currently running 1 line on 1 shift. And throughout the business, it's the same in terms of car haulers, capacity in the logistics network. Basically, the capacity is all built out, and that has 2 incredibly positive effects. The first is, you know, they're in a very different situation today where they could grow very rapidly, but without having to build out the infrastructure. When they were growing fast 5 years ago, they had to be building at the same time they were growing. And the second is that growth should have very little incremental cost involved with it. So not only should the unit economics hopefully not deteriorate, they may even improve. So I'm very excited about it. I think these are things we're going to see in the next 12 months. So let's see where we are when I sit here in 12 months' time. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But it's not always investing. You get to test a hypothesis in such a short period of time. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in the next 12 months.
Ad technology, we never really invested in any provider of ad technology per se, but it was always important to invest in a platform that is controlled by the company, and they have the necessary scale to develop ad products for the platform, like Meta or like Google. Any technology company that provides a certain ad technology that works on other people's websites is prone to disruption, and these technologies are often short-lived, and there's often not much room to maneuver if some legal environment changes. So that's why I think the outcome was always to avoid such companies and invest in the platform companies, in people who really control the platform, and where the usage of the platform is driven by network effects, things like that. And if you look at the history of Meta and how Instagram has evolved, there were different ad products developed for that platform over time, and then a new competitor came up, like TikTok, like 5 years ago, and suddenly a lot of changes had to happen, and it was fairly easy to do for them. I'm exaggerating here, not really easy, but it was doable since they were in control of the platform. But if they are just providing banners and on third people's website, it becomes difficult to adjust if anything shifts. So from that perspective, I would say we would not like to invest in ad tech, in an ad tech business per se that doesn't control the platform.
Did that answer the question? I see a thumbs up. That's great. I see a few people standing. We do have a few additional seats put in the front if anyone would prefer to sit. If you're happy standing, that's great. Who has the next question? Andrea.
Hi. So I have a follow-up question on how you think about your sources of return. So what I heard is that you target a 15% return, which would either come by a company growing or by the share count decreasing. but you know, if there is a company that trades cheaply, you don't really give much weight to the multiple increasing. How do you, and this seems like a prudent approach, how do you protect from the other situation where company prospects are great, maybe growth is even higher than that, but the multiple today is, already anticipates a lot of the good things coming, and so maybe there is a potential for multiple compression. How do you allow for that situation?
Yeah, I mean, if you kind of work through the kind of the mathematics, if you really believe a company can grow at 10, 15, 20% per year for a very long period of time, it really doesn't matter too much whether you pay 10 times or a 20 times multiple. It's much more important to be right about that sort of growth assumption than really worry too much about what the multiple is. But I think one of the experiences of the last 3 years was that the multiple is a source of margin of safety, and if something has a lot of growth priced into it, and it's on a high multiple, and then the growth declines, then you can get your ass kicked pretty badly. Whereas if it's on a low multiple and then the growth declines, then it's fine. So I would say there's this sort of the pure sort of mathematical approach, which would indicate probably doesn't. I mean, of course, you prefer the lower multiple, but in the big scheme of things, that's not the really decisive factor. And then there's the sort of the lived practice, which is it's a good source of margin of safety.
Yeah. I think it's important to avoid the extremes. So what I would feel a bit uncomfortable with is, let's say, a company that trades at a very high multiple and has a very high growth, because then you're essentially betting that the company will grow by much more than the multiple will compress. And that's a bit of an unstable bet. So multiple compression, if the multiple is higher than, say, is out of the range of 10 to 20, but is, let's say, 30, 40, 50, then you have to really be careful and figure that into your total return equation. And what I like is a situation where the total return equation is not made up of large numbers. So I don't like a situation where you have a 40% growth rate in the total return equation, a 0% free cash flow yield, and let's say a minus 20% multiple compression effect. So then you have 40 plus 20, so that's 60 that can go wrong. And if there is some deviation, then you would not end up with the 20% return. But if you have a total return equation made up of small numbers, let's say 10% growth and 5% free cash flow yield, that's 15. There is much more potential for deviation than when you have numbers of 60 involved in that term.
Great.
Hi, Rob.
Hi.
Nard from Belgium. Question on Ryman Healthcare. Two questions. First one, do you believe they still have the distinctive competitive advantage which they had 10 years ago? And second question is, the company is doing great things for many stakeholders. First of all, the residents, but they have not treated their shareholders that well over the last number of years. So if you can comment on both, please.
Yeah, sure. So Ryman is as you will know, like a retirement village builder and operator in New Zealand and Australia, and we were lucky to have the long-term chairman here last year. So I'm sure it's a company which will be familiar to many of you. And there too, I think it was a company which was very, very successful for a very long time, thanks to the tailwinds from the property market in Australia and New Zealand, and probably elsewhere as well. And unfortunately, a lot of companies, when things are going really, really well, that discipline tends to get lost, and probably dumb decisions get made. And in the case of Ryman, that meant probably building too many new villages and paying too much for them. And that's disappointing. But the good thing is they also overinvested in the care they give to the old people who are staying in the homes. And so if anything, the brand value and the franchise value of the company is probably higher today than ever. It's a company which is absolutely loved and adored by New Zealanders and Australians. There's probably in New Zealand no one who hasn't had a relative who's been at a Ryman village, and chances are they had a fantastic experience. So there's incredible reserves of goodwill of the company, and that's the right way round for it to be. A company with lots of goodwill, it's kind of easy to fix, the kind of the dumb, capital allocation mistakes in the past, or to realign costs and all that kind of stuff. That's just a financial exercise which probably takes a couple of years. But if you've kind of destroyed your brand value, that's something that potentially you would never get back. So, it's disappointing that they lost a little bit of discipline, but I'm not worried about the long-term perspective of the business. And, if you listen to the answer I just gave, I said, when things are going too well, then companies tend to kind of lose discipline. There's, of course, a reverse to that. Charlie Munger always says, invert. And the invert is when you have the wind in your face and things are going less well. That's when, kind of hard decisions get made, discipline comes back to the business, minds are focused. So it's kind of fascinating to me as an investor, and I think it creates an incredible opportunity for active stock pickers like us, is that oftentimes when things are going badly for a company, the share price is down, but they're also making decisions which are going to make the company much more valuable. So you have this sort of like wonderful situation where the price you pay is going down, but the value is actually potentially going up, and that's certainly the case, I think, with several of the other companies. Probably Wix as well, where you could tell a very similar story. So no, I'm positive on the company, but I would acknowledge they did some dumb things the last few years.
Hi, I'm Maria, based in Switzerland. I'm a private investor and it's first time here. Thank you for this event, and it's a great time to be here. So my question to you, Rob, but Andreas, you're welcome to add your comments if you like. Back in the days, you've had a chance to present at the Value Investor Conference in Omaha. And in 2014, you talked about emission errors, covering valuation or pricing of the companies. Then later in 2017, you talked about importance of the management, the talent and integrity. If you had a chance to present again and cover your third point of investment philosophy, namely widening moats, what would be your key takeaways? And maybe also question, have your thinking evolved about the valuation and the management since then? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. It's such a coincidence because I did indeed hold those. There's three parts of how I invest, Andreas, as well, which is the kind of the valuation, of course, the management, and then the moat. And so I did the first one in 2014 in Omaha, the second one in 2017, and the third one was supposed to be in 2020, where, of course, this small thing called COVID got in the way. So I did have in mind to prepare a presentation on moats, and I actually reached out to Bob Miles, wonderful guy who does that conference, and offered to kind of do to talk on that topic this coming year. He said, "Don't call me, I'll call you." So we're waiting to see what happens there. But if any of you want to encourage him to ask me along, that would be great. But what I was planning on saying in 2020 was that I think the direction a moat takes is way more important than the width of a moat. I think in people's minds back then, people thought, well, a wide moat is better than a narrow moat, and a narrow moat is better than no moat. And I think what's way more important than that is what direction a moat is taking. So if you imagine, I live in Zurich like you do, you imagine the lake, you see the kind of the rowers, and it's a lake which goes on almost forever. I think it's 50 kilometers long or something. If you imagine there's two rowers, and one rower is miles and miles in front of the one behind him, but the one behind him is going faster, then obviously it doesn't matter how big that distance is. The guy who's behind is going to catch up. So I think long-term investors, the width of the moat is the most important, and that was what I was planning on saying. And I think that's something which, in the meantime, has become much more sort of a thing that people, I think, understand well. And I'm not sure that would have necessarily today would be such an original idea. And so I would present a different idea on how to think about moat, but I'm still hoping to save that for May. And if it doesn't happen, then I'll talk about it in one of my letters. And I think the second part of your question was just about the first two presentations I held. The first was on valuing companies, and the second was on management. And I think those are two of the kind of, I don't present very often publicly. I think those were the only two occasions where there were video made, at any rate. And those are two of the things I'm sort of most proud of. So on the valuation front, back in 2014, I really pointed out to people, back then everyone was really in this sort of Ben Graham mindset of, you just buy things on very low multiples of book value and so on. And I argued, well, it's way more important to pay attention to the underlying economics, and if the economics are good enough, then it may well make sense to pay a high multiple for the companies. And I think that was, quite against the grain of value investing at the time. And ditto with the second presentation I held in 2019 on management, where I think there's still a consensus amongst value investors that you don't pay any attention to management quality. These are all good sales guys. You're never going to learn anything. Just focus on the numbers. And I disagree strongly with that. My arguments why that's the case are up there on YouTube, and I know some are already speaking a long time, so I'll let Andreas chime in.
I may just add one thing on moats. I think we have to be careful not to overestimate them, because we see all the time things happening that shouldn't be happening. Well, if you look at Amazon, for instance, and we are invested in PDD, what kind of GMV, PDD, gross merchandise volume, PDD built in such a short period of time, even though in theory Amazon should have a very wide moat. And so I think we investors have to be very careful not to get carried away by our models and our models of thinking and the theory. So that's I think what is always important to keep in mind.
Thank you for the question.
Sorry, here.
Oh, the microphone's at the back, and then maybe there's the microphone in the front afterwards. Yeah.
Hi, Rob. Louis from Ecuador. Thank you for having us here.
Well, I think first time a visitor from Ecuador, so a round of applause there.
Thank you. I'm actually cheating a little bit because we live in the Czech Republic, but I am from Ecuador, so not European.
We take the
yet.
easy wins here.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you and get your opinion on your framework for investing in financial services companies, especially that trade-off between growth and the quality of that growth, since it's very easy to grow lending companies by just doing bad loans and not caring that much about credit risk. And also, as a follow-up, your opinion on banks and banking as a business, and how do you look at that? And if maybe during the banking crisis you were diving deep into some banking stocks and you were looking at some banking businesses, or if you were more, I know you bought Interactive Brokers, which is a financial services company, but it's obviously different, so it would be good to have your opinion on banking.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I've invested extensively in financial services companies, have at least one in the portfolio today in credit acceptance, whereas Andreas tends to avoid financial services companies, so you may find we have two very different arguments. I'll say my opinion, and Andreas can chime in. So I really sort of came as an investor in the great financial crisis, obviously in 2008, which was the year my fund started. And as a value investor, you try and invest in those places which are out of favor. And as of course you all remember, the one place which was most out of favor in 2008 was banks and financial services companies. So I was like a sort of a moth to light in that sense. That was the sector I went to find ideas. But I realized very, very quickly that although investors were all kind of throwing out financial services companies, didn't want to know anything about them, there was a tendency for the baby to be thrown out with the bathwater. Not every financial services company is a traditional bank or a traditional insurance company. You have, niche lending businesses. You have, very niche sort of subsectors within this whole financial services space. And so I've never invested in, I think, like a traditional bank or a traditional insurance company, but I have invested in sort of niche, very specialized niche players in that space. So there's Credit Acceptance, which is a subprime auto loan lender. There's Trupanion, which is obviously a pet insurer. There was Grenke, which does this small ticket IT leasing. And so that for me has been the kind of the sweet spot, and actually also Interactive Brokers more recently. But Andreas, why don't you give the other side of the argument?
I actually don't disagree that much in avoiding. I tend to avoid financial services companies because most of them don't have a strong moat. But if they occupy a niche, then it would be more investable, like, for instance, in the case of Interactive Brokers, where I also own shares of, and I'm a big fan of the company in their culture of automating everything. They too should be careful not to be too much carried away with automation, because classical customer service is also important. But I think they're moving in the right direction, and that gives me comfort. I'm also a user of the product, so I think I'm very comfortable with that. I understand every aspect. But oftentimes, financial services companies also tend to be of higher risk, because they're a bit of a black box. If they are a lender, you don't know how good the lending book is, which is a risk that you cannot really avoid. And it's also oftentimes that financial services companies are very complex business. If you read the annual report, it's maybe 3 times as long as that of a services or a manufacturing company. And for that reason, I would say, is it really worthwhile to spend so much time on understanding a financial services business when you can in the same time read through 3 annual reports that are much easier to understand and much shorter? You probably would find more ideas from 3 reports than from 1.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say we would probably never invest in a traditional bank or a traditional insurance company, which I think was part of your question. But no, I think on the niche players, you can sometimes get the level of transparency you need, and for me, that's what I've looked for. Yeah. I think Alex, you have a question before.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on the Mode team. I think the Mode team was framed by Buffett a long, long time ago, and probably the modes that he saw and he had were pretty deep and strong. Now they get easily more attacked, and they're more dynamic. And when a company starts outright, sometimes it doesn't have a mode, so a mode gets built. And it gets built through good execution and good decision making. And then afterwards, when you have the mode, there's the risk that you get complacent. You say, I have a mode, so the business is easy, and then comes Pinduoduo and makes your life much harder. So do you have some tricks or some frameworks to assess good decision making and good execution because you meet a lot of companies and you meet a lot of management teams? How do you try to assess that, or you have some tricks?
You're exactly right that a moat in itself is not enough, and I think it was implied in your question, can even be a disadvantage if it leads to complacency and that kind of stuff. And so I guess the seed of the answer to your question is in the way you pose it, that I think you have to be very alert to which direction the moat is going. I think one of the things I've learned the last 2 or 3 years is also when the business is going very well and it has great tailwinds and the earnings are going up and potentially also the share price multiple is going up, that's probably a time when you need to be doubly and triply cautious as opposed to optimistic, which obviously when things are going well, the tendency is to be optimistic. So I think for me, certainly a higher level of caution would be probably the key.
I would add that we are a bit wary of companies that rely on their moat. We want them to have a moat in place, but not really use it. And if we talk to managements, we are careful if they just talk about the next price increase and how they will implement it. We would much rather like to hear how they want to improve the product and how to want to improve customer service and those things that matter in the long run, not how they want to increase the price and why they think customer will pay the increased price. Yeah.
Maybe a little preview on the idea I had for the presentation I have in mind for moats. I think people view all moats as being created equally, but nothing could be further than the truth. If you think about it, if your moat is getting a lower cost for the customer, such as Costco or Amazon and various other companies, then the more successful you are, the more the wider your moat becomes. So it actually moves in a very harmonious way. And if you contrast that with, for example, switching cost, the more the switching cost is, the more difficult it is for the customer to leave your product, which probably leads to the product deteriorating over time, increasing the long-term risk. So, I think some moats benefit from the passage of time, whereas others almost inherently suffer from it. Okay, who's got the next question? Ted, at the back. I can repeat the question if it's not.
When you're thinking of a company's growth path and rate, is there a growth rate that becomes too high? We saw it during the pandemic, Peloton, for instance, to meet that demand, have a conundrum. When they don't meet the demand, they're going to get things like competitors. Is there a growth rate that you think is an ideal growth rate versus too fast or too slow?
Yeah, I have a wonderful anecdote for you to maybe respond to this question. So the question, in case everyone didn't get it, especially online, was, is there a rate of growth that is too fast in the sense that it kind of creates more problems than it solves for companies? And if so, what is the ideal rate? So the big debate on Carvana at the moment is, when is it going to start growing again? Because at the moment it's keeping the business flat so it can improve its processes. And when it does start to grow, how fast is it going to be? So if you listen to any investor call with Carvana over the last sort of 6 months, that's the one question everyone asks. And so I traveled to Phoenix last month, as I mentioned, and had the opportunity to sit down with Ernie, who's the CEO and founder of Carvana. And I didn't even bother asking that question because I know everyone's asked it. I know what his response is, and it wouldn't be one. But, and I wasn't trying to be sort of particularly clever, but I just wanted to share some experiences from the past. And I sort of said to him, when I think back on the past, and I've spoken to companies which, grow at, say, 15, 20% per year, have a huge opportunity ahead of them, I've often asked them in the past, well, you're growing at 20% a year, but why not 25 or 30 or 40? And what they've responded to me is, well, Rob, there's a sort of like an ideal rate of growth where the kind of the organization can kind of grow with the kind of the customer base, and everything sort of stays in sync. So I put this to Ernie, and he looks at me with this look of complete and utter contempt and says, Rob, the reason they were only growing at 20% is because they wanted to be home by 5 p.m. in the evening. And so I think that tells you everything you need to know about what rate Carvana is going to grow again once the growth restarts.
But then again, I somewhat agree with the thrust of the question, because oftentimes you don't benefit from a very high growth rate because the valuation is also high. So you would just be just as well off to have a slower growth rate and a lower valuation, which would be a less risky situation, and they can be more careful in selection of employees. But then again, I think the bigger risk is if the growth rate is too low, because to attract good people, you need to have some growth, and if a company is not growing, it's maybe also a warning sign that maybe its competitiveness is not great. So,
I mean, to be clear, I do think you can grow too fast, and Carvana certainly before its crisis was growing too fast. But everything in life is a trade-off, and Carvana wouldn't be Carvana if Ernie wasn't the sort of the driven person he is, and you have to take the ups and downs with people. And if Carvana were to fail, then it would probably be because of being too aggressive as opposed to being too timid. So that's certainly something to track, but. Having a maniac run a company with a huge opportunity ahead of them, I think is actually a pretty good place to be. But like everything, there's a risk, and I think we're being paid for that risk, but time will tell.
Well, first, thank you again, as all the audience is grateful for your openness and warmth. Never lose it, and continue as you do, and as you are.
Thank you, Joan.
And two small questions. The first one is, because we have been talking about moats, which company in your portfolio has the nicest moat from your point of view? Okay? And the second question is, the human and the decision-making process that you are taking? Because now, Andreas and you are cooperating more, I guess, more closely. And how do you feel? Is it doing? And how do you think it is improving the idea generation, the idea study? So these just two small questions.
Yeah. Just define, when you say the nicest mode, what do you have in mind?
I mean, you said there are different kinds of modes, some that usually are better than others, or maybe you can find in your portfolio that this is the mode I like the most, and maybe it's growing faster than others. And
I think there's two types of mode which are the most valuable ones, or maybe two and a half. Clearly the nicest, to use your terminology, is a sort of economies of scale shared type of mode, where the more successful you are, the better the value proposition you're providing for the customer. And if I look at the portfolio, I would say probably Ryman is the one that exemplifies that the most. And then probably the second type of mode, where you really align sort of the company around the value proposition to the customer, is probably a network effect. And where the bigger and more successful the network is, the more value you're kind of creating for the customer in terms of they get more connections and more content and that kind of stuff. And clearly Meta in our portfolio falls into that bucket. In terms of the half, people tend to put brand into. People think of sort of brand as a moat. I actually think there's two different types of brand moat. You have the brand which is based on trust, where the more trustworthy a brand is, the more successful it becomes over time. Like a very critical, let me think what would be an example of that, sort of like a trusted newspaper or something like that, a research house, things like that. On the negative side, you have these sort of, I would say, status-driven brands, where the more status the brand supposedly gives you, the higher the price goes up. So luxury goods probably fit into that bucket. And to me, that reminds me a little bit of, I don't know. I see a role for it, and I understand why people love luxury brands, as you can see. It's not me. And I do feel a little bit uncomfortable by the way the prices are kind of permanently going up. Actually, I read, it's maybe a little anecdote, I read many years ago a book about Chinese factory girls. So this was quite an old book. This would have been 10 or 15 years ago, where you had these young girls working sort of 18-hour shifts or whatever at very low wages, sort of producing all the stuff we enjoy to use in here in the West. And and if they could find a sort of way to game the system where they could work weekends or work longer than whatever the allowed minimum was, they would do it, and then they would sort of at the end of the year have a very small amount of money left over. And one of the things that they would use that money to buy would be a little LVMH handbag. Now they, that they might even produce, and that was a choice they made of their own free will, and I'm all for kind of people doing what they want with their money, but I just found that unbelievably sad. I'm sure the LVMH shareholders find that very exciting, but yeah, I just had a bad feeling when I read that. Yeah.
Well, thinking about the nicest mode, or in terms of the best mode I can think of, it, in my opinion, Microsoft has an incredible mode. Comprised of all of the components that you can ask of a mode: network effects, economies of scale, brand, trust. And in Rob's portfolio, I think Salesforce comes pretty close to that. They just have switching costs. They have economies of scale. They it's really, it's an industry where things don't change that fast. It's not as short-lived as, let's say, social networks, where we have seen Meta being attacked by competitors every 5 years or so on average, and having to adapt to that by making big changes to their business. Salesforce or Microsoft, for that matter, they don't have any of that. They are more like, they release a product and the product life cycles are in the decades. And they are firmly entrenched in corporate IT departments, and that gives them the position to place other products with the same customer. So I think that's pretty much the nicest mode I think one can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, just while Andreas was answering, one company also springs to mind where you really have the economies of scale shared idea is PDD, which some of you in the West might know through Temu, the Chinese amongst us will know as Pinduoduo. So they're basically Temu is a Chinese e-commerce website, which is really creating a direct connection between consumers in the West and factory owners in China, and taking an enormous amount of cost out of the whole value chain through doing that. So if you think about a typical Amazon product, a merchant in the West will figure out some idea. He'll order it from a factory owner in China. It will come to an Amazon warehouse. Then it will get uploaded onto the Amazon website. Amazon will take a 20% cut from the merchant, and then the merchant will also potentially have to spend money advertising on Facebook or Instagram or wherever else it is. And it just creates an enormous amount of cost in the system. And if you think about Temu, it just takes out all of those sort of intermediaries, and the prices are just crazily cheap. And if you're not a customer, I definitely recommend giving it a try.
Hey, Rob. Whoa, right here. Question from the internet. Could you touch on Salesforce, its prospects, and how you feel about its valuation?
Yeah. Do you want to go first on that? Or?
Yeah, sure. So we are very positive on Salesforce, on the direction it's taking. When we invested in 2021, we coincidentally invested at almost the same time without talking that much about the investment at all. So each one was surprised that the other one had invested as well. So at that time, Mark Benioff announced that they were discontinuing their acquisition strategy and were more focusing on organic growth and wanted to achieve a higher profitability. Up to that point, they had almost zero profitability. And it then didn't happen in the following 12 months because at the same time the market slowed down and they had to restructure in order to achieve a meaningfully higher margin. But they are now at about 25% or 23%, let's say 23% without any special effects. And I think they can go much higher than that over time. And the products still have a lot of room to grow, and they have a big opportunity from artificial intelligence that they just put an AI layer on top of their apps and thus create a lot more value for their customers and then somehow monetize that value. So
yeah, I think AI is an incredible opportunity for them. You know, if you think about a sort of a CRM solution, a big part of it is sending emails to people, and the more personalized an email is, the more likely it's going to convert to a sale. And of course, AI allows that at scale. So I think there's an enormous amount of opportunity there. But also on just on the topic of margin, there's a company Andreas and I visited a few years back in Sweden called Lime Technologies, I think. And it's a CRM solution just for kind of the Nordic space, very, very nice business. And I think at the time it had about 100 million euros in sales, so probably less than 5% of Salesforce's sales, so tiny by comparison. But even then was operating with a 30% EBIT margin, which is a point where Salesforce even today isn't yet at. So I think there's a lot of room for Salesforce to expand its margin.
Yeah, I think it's even smaller than that. I think it's 0.2% of Salesforce's size. So,
the mathematician.
I
was safe with -5.
It's incredible that they achieve much better margin than Salesforce has now, that they are growing at the same rate, that they are more vertically integrated. So I think much of the margin is not driven by the moat, but by the desire by management to realize it. And that has been neglected at Salesforce for too long, but they have now, I think, changed course. And the stock is not that expensive, actually.
Hi, Rob. I work long only over here, front.
There you go. Thank you.
Work at a long-only fund in London. We mentioned, obviously, 2022 for fellow Meta shareholders was not the most pleasant experience. You mentioned recently that valuations have become more of like obviously a margin of safety for you, but even at the time, Meta seemed relatively, compared to other big mega cap tech stocks, to be fairly cheap, and I think it was even trading at a discount to the S&P 500 in general. How do you see the idea that stocks can always get cheaper, especially when there's a lot of negative news about the company? And the phrase, don't try and catch a falling knife. Obviously, it halved from 380 to 190. At that point, I personally thought it was a great opportunity. I bought loads. And then it halves again, even when you think it can't get much cheaper. How do you kind of see that? And at what point do you stop doubling down?
Well, you can't. If something can half, it can half again, right? Even assuming it's a valuable business, and of course, sometimes companies genuinely become less valuable. So I don't think the answer to your question is to somehow try and figure out how to figure that out. Instead, it is actually to deal with it in a completely different way. And maybe a little anecdote to explain that. So I remember my fund started in 2008. It actually started 2 weeks after Lehman Brothers went bankrupt. So you can imagine a very, very a desperately sort of panicked time in markets with share prices falling precipitously. And so like a very formative experience for me as a very young fund manager at the time. And what I saw then was that a lot of funds had certain positions around the time that Lehman collapsed. And then, of course, their share prices went down a lot. In several cases, the investors redeemed all of their money. And then, the funds failed and closed down. And, you didn't even have to wait a year, and it would have turned out a lot of those companies that the funds had been holding would have done fine. So where those funds failed wasn't through lack of investing acumen. The investment decisions, with the benefit of hindsight, were fine. Where they went wrong was having an investor base which wasn't aligned with this reality that sometimes share prices fall. And so I think the answer to your question is you have to accept that every now and again things are going to fall. That's just the nature of capital markets. Same way as if you live in San Francisco, there's going to be an earthquake every now and again. Communicate that openly to your investors, and then hope when the earthquake does hit that they remembered what you said and stayed loyal to you.
Well, I may add, with regards to Meta falling from 380 to 90, that you have to always be focused on the facts, because it's so easy. When a share price goes down, all kinds of negative stuff comes out. That's an effect described in a book called The Halo Effect by Rosenblum, I think.
We can look at that.
Anyways, this is a great book. It describes the effect that a journalist doesn't want to write positive things about a share price that goes down and doesn't want to write negative things about a share price that goes up. And of course, we read these articles and we get emailed these articles, and it's too easy to after you read the 5th negative article on Meta, to think that maybe there is some truth to it. So it's important to view things in perspective, and then a whistleblower came out and all that. It's important to just focus on the facts and view things in perspective, and not delegate your decision making to others.
Yeah, it was just an astonishing thing that happened. It'd be an interesting exercise. If you go back to December of 2022, was it? 22. When Meta's share price was 90, and you compare the articles being written in newspapers, the headlines at the time, with what the published and known results of the company were, and it just doesn't make sense. The newspaper articles were along the lines of, this is a company which is on the brink of collapse. And if you look at the published results at that time, it was a company which had growing engagement, a growing investor base. I think even on a currency-adjusted basis, even the revenue was growing, and it was certainly growing if you adjust for the very negative effect of Apple's ATT changes. So it's just a sign that markets occasionally get very, very crazy, But that's not something to complain about. That's something to be happy about, because that's why active stock pickers like us have a job.
Also, I may say, at the time, of course, the profit margin compressed because the financial planning was, they were planning for growth and were hiring people, and then suddenly the revenue didn't grow anymore. And but one should not confuse the shrinking profit with a shrinking moat. The moat was still there. People were still using the platform in a growing extent, or at least in a stagnating extent, depending on which platform we're talking about. The declining profit margin could just be solved by being a little bit more cost conscious, and that made the business a better business, in fact, which refers to an earlier question we answered. So I think one should not extrapolate these short-term trends, and should understand why the profit margin has contracted, because financial planning was maybe a bit off at that point in time.
One over there.
Hi, my name is Jaroslav. I'm from Wuppertal, and I'd be curious to know if you have reading techniques or special rituals for reading better, faster, and if you maybe have a structure for learning on a new industry, how it works. How do you structure your memory, if there's something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess everyone is different. I found the faster I read, the less I remember. So that's definitely not a hack for me. I found the most productive way to read is to make notes after what I've read, and then in the case of really good books, to reread them. So that's actually the opposite of what you're suggesting. It's a very time-consuming process, but that's what works for me.
Rob is an incredibly fast reader. I'm not qualified to talk on that topic. I'm slow.
Okay, one right at the back there. Oh, there, and then there's one over there. Yeah.
My name is Valentine. I'm from Italy, and speaking about books, I think there are a lot of vivid reader and avid reader among us. So my question was, what was the top book of the last year, or your favorite read? Thank you.
Yeah, so I have two books which I really enjoyed this year. Just incredible books. The first was Bloodlands by Tim Schneider, which is about the history of Ukraine and Poland prior to the Second World War, and he describes the scale of killing that took place of Ukrainians and Poles by the Russians in that period, and it really blew me away. I mentioned earlier in this talk that I studied the Holocaust intensely when I was a student, and despite being someone probably more than averagely familiar with this period, I just wasn't aware of the degree of killing that also happened. And the reason that people don't generally know about this is because the Russians were kind of considered to be the victors of the Second World War, and the Nazis were the bad guys, which of course they most certainly were. But the Nazis were actually only modestly worse than what the USSR rather than Russia. And so that was very eye-opening for me, and certainly helped me to understand better why the Ukrainians are fighting as hard as they are to for their freedom and independence. So that was my favorite, I would say, non-fiction book. And my favorite fiction book was a book called Demon Copperhead, which is a story about an orphan boy growing up in rural America as an orphan, and encountering the opioid epidemic caused by the use of Oxy, a painkiller which was prescribed by doctors and sold by pharmaceutical salespeople, has created just havoc in US society, and particularly in the rural areas. And it describes all the challenges he had, but also packed up into a very compelling story, which I think has certain, and he's someone who manages to get through this, awful situation. So it was, to a certain extent, uplifting, although the overall sort of tone and theme was actually quite depressing. So, but those were my two favorite books of this year. A close third would be, I've come to really love everything that Václav Slim writes. He was someone that writes about the use of energy, oil, civilization, the things we use which makes our civilization work in the way it does today. And I can recommend anything that he's written as well.
Well, I also read How the World Works and didn't like it that much.
It was too simple for you.
No, not too simple. I think he was taking shortcuts at many times and oversimplifying things that were just not true in the end. But whatever. What did I like?
Do you want to give an example?
No, I cannot say off the top of my head. But I spent more time on online courses for certain things. I find many business books to be repetitive, and the first 50 pages are interesting, and the remaining 250 are just repeating what the first 50 say. So what I really liked was the book that I didn't read that in last year, The Halo Effect, I think was a really good one. And I also like The Loyalty Effect by Frederick Reichheld, which talks a bit about that the companies are better the better they manage the various kinds of churn that occur in the business, like let's say keeping customer churn low, keeping employee churn low, keeping investor churn low, and how these three effects work hand in hand with each other. I think this is really a great book, not from last year, but there's a bit of an inflation of books.
Yeah, so I'm glad you got to see that live, because it's not unusual. We're in a meeting with, for example, a company doing something very technological, or where high-level physics are involved, and I'll listen and nod and say that makes sense, and Andreas will chime in and explain why the physics of the semiconductor is not as optimal as it could be, and so you got to see that live in the case of how the world works. Okay, how are we doing for time? Oh, we still got 10 minutes, so probably time for 2 or 3 more questions. At the back there, yeah.
Hi, Claudine from Spain. I was just wondering how you think about your investment in Tencent, because that's been a bit of a disappointing performance in the last 5 years, but it seems to be a war of attrition, because the business is still great, but the multiple just seems to constantly come down, and then every time you have a prospect that things improve, then there's a new regulation or something from the Chinese government that knocks them on the head again. So how do you think about your investment in that company?
Well, thank you, Claudine, for raising that, because we've talked a few times over the course of the last hour and a half or so about companies which, when the share price was going down, the value was actually kind of going up, and of course it's very easy to talk about that with the benefit of hindsight when we talk about Meta or Wix or Salesforce and some of those other ones. But I would say Tencent is a company which is exactly in that spot now where the share price is very, very low. There's an incredible amount of negativity. If you look at the facts, it's a business which is just incredible. It grows, it has very high margins, it has this incredible capital allocation machine where it can generates a lot of capital, and it can use that to buy other small businesses in China and the rest of the world. So I would say it's close to being the perfect company, and and like we've discussed several times today, because there's so much pessimism, because the share price is as low as it is, it's really focused minds with management. They're cutting costs, they're getting rid of non-core businesses, they've massively ramped up their share buybacks, their distributions to shareholders. So I think if you were to look at that company objectively, you would say everything is going in exactly the right direction, and the share price is probably going in the other direction. And as a stock picker, that's really what you want.
And you're not directly invested in Tencent, but you're invested in Prosus, which is trading at a significant discount to the value of their position in Tencent, and creating value by buying back shares. And
Prosus is buying back a huge amount of shares at a big discount to shareholder value. Tencent is buying a meaningful amount of shares back at probably a big discount to its intrinsic value. So you've got all these sort of multiple levers all working in the same direction. So if there's a hot war between China and US, all bets are off. But to be frank, I think pretty much all bets are off in most companies if something like that were to happen. There's such an independency between China and the West. We really do need to get on with each other, and if we don't, it's going to be catastrophic. And the solution is not to buy, BMW or some German company or French luxury good company or something, all these companies will be decimated in the case of a hot war between the West and China. So, and I think if that happens, the least of our concerns should be losing money on Tencent. I think was there another one at the back, or otherwise there's someone at the front here? Juan, and then there was one at the front here.
Sorry, it's just on the second question I made about your decision process and evaluation process as a team. Now, how had it been evolved? I think you didn't answer that. I don't know if you want to answer it. Just,
That's what we're here for. So, a very formative experience for me, and I think also for Andreas, with obviously different life examples and life experiences, was that trying to make decisions, investment decisions by coordinating with other people was a recipe for failure. You end up kind of canceling each other's best ideas out and then sort of agreeing on, some idea which everyone can just about live with, but not quite. And so for us, what we do is when we're not traveling, we sit down together almost every day. We look at companies together, we analyze companies together, we visit them together. But when it comes to making an investment decision, I make my decision. Most cases, I don't even tell Andreas beforehand. He makes his decision, and it leads mostly to quite different portfolios. I wouldn't buy his companies. If I would, I would already own them. But I, of course, completely understand the logic behind them, and I'm sure Andreas would say the same about my decisions.
I'm sometimes very surprised about your investments. So when you, I knew that Rob was looking at a certain company, and we talked about it. But suddenly I then see that an email went to the broker, and I didn't see that coming. And I think it's the same for Rob if he sees my decisions. The danger is to talk too much to other people about your decisions that you are about to make, and somebody that you have in high regard tells you that's a very stupid idea because it gives you second thoughts, and this somebody has probably spent less time on the thesis than you yourself have. So you just have to trust your own judgment and make your own judgment and not talk too much to others about what you're planning to do.
Gianfranco.
Hello, it's Gianfranco Rosati from Rentrop Investment Office in Bonn, Germany. So my question is based on two assumptions. If you see the track records of great investors of different styles, from Druckenmiller or George Soros to even Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett, even from his beginnings, it's the combination of two main forces, which is great preservation of capital together with omrance. And on the second assumption is that if you see the omrance were made when it was emotionally tougher to make them. For instance, when a company already owned went down by a lot, such as was the case here in Carvana, for instance. So a question would be for you, for both of you, and with Carvana in mind, what stopped you when Carvana lost 98% of its value and you had an investment thesis in your mind to increase your position as $3 per share, for instance? Was the reflexivity of the market price going down affecting you and stopping you on acting upon that thesis, for instance? And the second question related to China is, how do you see the VIE structure developing to a more easy structure for investors?
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem with two-part questions is I sometimes forget the first part. Just one keyword on that.
What are you asking? Sorry.
Just the first question. Which was it?
What stopped you from?
No. So just to be very clear, I'm certainly not taking any victory laps on Carvana. It's a work in progress. It's a business which still has a lot of debt, which still has to prove that it can grow profitably. So this is very much something, a work in progress. So just to be very clear on that. You know, the answer is I did increase the stake in Carvana at much lower prices than where we are today, but certainly nowhere near the $2 or $3 or $5 that it sort of bottomed at. And you know, the formal answer would be that you know, I put a lot of capital into it, and you know, when I talked about concentration, you know, I want to bet enough that it can make a difference, but not so much that it endangers the fund. And if something keeps falling and you keep adding, then there's a point where nearly all of your capital is in there, and that was a situation I didn't want to be in. So at some point, I decided for myself, you know, there's a lot of capital in here already, and it just has to be allowed to play out rather than just sort of increasing it. So that would be a sort of like I would say a formal answer. An informal answer would be, and I want to acknowledge this, it did impact me psychologically. You know, my sort of mental model of investing is maybe more similar to what happened with Meta, where sometimes, you know, there's this Mr. Market guy who goes very crazy and gets very pessimistic, and the share price goes down, and it makes no sense, and then you buy more, and then at some point his mood changes, and then the price goes up, and everything works out, but you just need to kind of be able to sit through it for a couple of years. You know, in the case of Carvana, they very clearly made, well, they had some incredibly bad luck. I mean, like multiple sort of 1,000-year storms all came together at once. You know, the huge increase in used car prices, the complete lack of inventory, accordingly, the drop in sales, which was far more severe than in the financial crisis. You know, the increase in interest rates, and you know, the change in the mood in the market. You know, all these sort of things. Any one of those risks would have been a very major and unusual risk, and they kind of all came together at once. So that's not in any way an excuse for what happened, but it's just an acknowledgement that things were going very badly, and this share price decline didn't happen in a vacuum. There were very clearly problems at the business, and so for me that was sort of you know, a humbling experience. I don't mind if a share price goes down just because the mood has changed, but clearly the business had deteriorated, and as the sort of the custodian of the funds of my investors, I was disappointed that I hadn't been more alert to that, and so that was you know, that was a difficult experience for me.
I may add, I'm not that familiar with the Carvana situation, but when the share price was at $3, I think there was a real possibility of the business going out of business. And so it need not necessarily, I mean, it was only the perfect point in time to buy with the benefit of hindsight. But Rob added when the stock was already recovering at a much higher price than $3, but when it was already quite clear that they were not going out of business and that they were on the track to improving things. And so when you see all these bad scenarios eliminated, buying at a higher valuation was maybe even better than buying at $3. It need not. It's $3. It's obviously better than to buy. It's obviously better to buy at $3 than at $30, but only with the benefit of hindsight, not with the information that was available at the time.
Yeah, I think when it was clear to me the business was going to come out of the crisis, that was for me the trigger to buy, as opposed to sort of bottom ticking the share price. And then just very quickly on the VIE. So in China, you don't buy a share in a company directly. In many cases, you buy a sort of a legal entity in Cayman Islands, which indirectly has a claim on the cash flows of the company. So it's a little bit of a sort of a difficult to understand structure in a country which isn't necessarily known for its governance. So a lot of people are put off by this sort of VIE structure. I personally think, and you know, time will tell, that it's probably a nothing burger. Obviously, in the case of a hot war type situation, then probably all ownership will be lost, and that doesn't really make any difference whether it's a VIE or anything else. But in all other scenarios, I think it's important to realize about China, and there's several Chinese investors here today who I'm sure will confirm that the Chinese government and I think Chinese people in general really get capitalism. You know, it's nominally a sort of, or was, probably still is a communist country, but they're way more capitalist than we are. For the simple reason they experienced, the deprivations of, the 60s and the 70s when there was this experiment with communism, and that's given them a more visceral understanding of why capitalism works. And on the topic of complacency, I think that gets forgotten in the West sometimes. All you ever read in the newspaper is where a company's done something wrong or whatever, but no one ever reports about the Amazon package that arrives or the bus that leaves on time and all that kind of stuff. So I think we probably understand the merits of capitalism less well in the West than in China. And the very most fundamental precept of capitalism is ownership. Without ownership, the whole game doesn't work. And so I think it is very, very unlikely you will ever see the Chinese government messing around with ownership unless there's a hot war. Okay, so we're just over 12, but I always try to give someone a last question. We have one last question and then head up the mountain.
Well, I have a question. If there is someone who hasn't already done a question,
Does anyone not ask a question like to? Otherwise, we've got one at the front. Okay, there. Sorry, you can do it in the pause.
Hi, I'm Tim. I'm an investor from Munich. My question is regarding interest rates. So the gravitational forces on the apple have increased last year, if you could say so, yeah? And so this has an impact on valuations in general. And if I'm correct, you said your return expectations is around 50%. And this was before the interest rate increase, and now it remains 15%. How do you think about the risk premium that you're able to earn investing in your companies? Yeah.
I mean, neither Andreas or I spend too much time thinking about interest rates, to be frank. The way we sort of approach an opportunity is we're looking for a 15% return. That's sort of like a hurdle rate. If we think a 15% isn't there, we'll stop looking. But of course, if we have a choice between a 15 and a 20, we'll always take the 20. And it comes down to any sort of capital allocation decision is a weighing between alternatives, and you're always going to take the best returning alternative. But that makes no difference whether interest rates are 0% or 10% or whatever. You're always just looking for the best alternative.
I completely agree with what Rob has said. I just want to add that the fact that interest rates rose with also inflation rising does not necessarily mean that your company should be valued lower, because they can pass on the effects of inflation. So you should really discount the cash flows with the real interest rates, not with the nominal ones.
Thank you for that last question. Thank you everyone for listening. And thank you once again. We're going to meet back here at 6 p.m. for the aperitifs. And once again, if you want to go walking, Andreas is your man. I think you said they're going to leave the hotel here in about half an hour. And if you want to go skiing, Rob Sheridan is our resident boulder hound. Thank you, and see you at 6 p.m.
So we said we would meet at the lobby for the hike at 12:30. And those who are not in this hotel can join the group maybe at 12:40.